Well, good morning, everyone. How are we today? That's good. I am John Mann, Director of Education for Lakeside, and for the theme week this week, of course, is the Garden Experience. And for today, we're very fortunate to have Chelsea Godfrey with us. And today's session is Gardening for Moths. Though seldom seen due to their nocturnal nature, moths are every bit as beautiful and charismatic as their butterfly cousins. And today we'll take a photographic journey into the world of moths. Chelsea is a naturalist from Crawford County, Ohio. In 2020, she founded Forest Friends, a nature-based preschool where children learn and explore nature. An avid native plant gardener and passionate entomologist, Chelsea's areas of expertise include moth, bees, dragonflies, and damselflies. Thank you. She enjoys capturing up-close images of insects and flowers using macro photography. In her first book, Gardening for Moths, a regional guide, which she co-authored with Jim McCormick, was released in 2023 and features many of her photographs, and they are up here for sale. As a reminder, we have a 1:30 session today on issues in the Maumee watershed with Carrie Jennings, and this evening, the keynote speaker will be Nick McCullough at 8 p.m. in Hoover Auditorium. I do always ask if you would please mute your cell phone ringers and help me in welcoming Chelsea Godfrey.
Thank you for inviting me, John. Thank you all for coming out to learn about moths and how important they are, because they are super important. So you may have been wondering when you saw the title for my talk, why moths? Like, what is so cool about them? Why are they so special? Why would someone write a whole book about gardening for them? So I ask you to think about what comes to mind when you hear the word moth. So what pops into your head? What image do you think of when you hear the word moth? Fluttering around a light. Anybody else want to share? Fuzzy. Butterflies. You think of butterflies. Eating your sweater, so pests. Yeah. So did anyone kind of picture this guy maybe, or some version of it? And in the birding world, if any of you are birders, we call these little brown jobs. So in the mothing world, we have a lot of little brown jobs too. And moths haven't gotten a lot of love. So usually people love butterflies. There are a lot of books out there for gardening for butterflies, if you look on Amazon or go to a bookstore. And even birds and bees get a lot of love, but not moths. And butterflies are beautiful, and I don't think anyone can argue with that. They're out during the day, they're very colorful. But the title for the world's most beautiful insect, does anyone want to take a guess at which insect is the most beautiful in the world? I don't know who decided this, but what'd you say? A dragonfly. Dragonflies are cool. You think of, it would make sense that it's a moth since we're talking about moths today, right? You think it's a moth or a butterfly? It looks like a butterfly, but it's a moth. It's called the Madagascan sunset moth. So obviously we don't have these here in Ohio. But around the world, here are some of the other really pretty moths. So you can see moths are just as beautiful as butterflies. We just don't notice them because they're usually nocturnal. They're not out during the day like our diurnal butterflies. And here are some of our pretty moths in Ohio. Hopefully you recognize some of them, like the Luna moth on the bottom. That pink and yellow guy at the top is a rosy maple moth. They're a crowd favorite too. Now, not all of our moths are beautiful at first glance. So this is the tufted bird dropping moth. And when you look at it on a leaf from far away, it does look like a bird dropping. And that's for a good reason. Nothing wants to eat bird poop. So it's safe during the day, just resting out on a leaf. It doesn't have to worry about getting chomped up. But even this guy, if we look at it up close, is really colorful. This is the tufted bird dropping moth. It's just a super macro shot of it. So you can see it's very colorful, very textural. So even a lot of the moths that seem plain from far away, if you look at them up close, they're really pretty too. So can anyone guess how many, or does anyone know how many species of butterflies have been recorded in Ohio? 100? That's a good guess. Any other guesses? you're in the ballpark, so 152. Now, not all of those are year-round residents, but that's how many have been seen in Ohio at some point. What about moths? Much more. 300, I heard. Any other guesses? 500, you're getting closer. More than 1,000. So probably closer to 3,000. But for sure, this is the number on iNaturalist, if you're familiar with that website at all, that have been observed in Ohio. So thousands and thousands of moth species. So if you are seeing a caterpillar out in the wild, it's probably going to turn into a moth, not into a butterfly. And we'll kind of keep that in mind. It'll be really important later in my talk. So just remember that there are way more moths than butterflies. Now this, I know you can't read all the wording, and I don't need you to, but this is a phylogenetic tree of the insect order Lepidoptera. And what I want you to look at is that pink rectangle. So do you guys see the pink rectangle? So this just shows how all of the moths are related genetically. And the pink rectangle is showing the butterflies. So if you notice, the butterflies are nestled within all of the moths. So that tells you that butterflies are just really moths. And we thought that Akito Kawahara, he's an entomologist down in Florida, he summed it up best when he said, the bottom line is that all butterflies are moths and there's no such thing as butterflies. So I liked at the beginning when you said you thought of a butterfly because butterflies are moths. You're right. As humans, we like to categorize things so we can separate them out. They do have their own superfamily. And if you're curious, I'll kind of tell you how to tell the difference. But first, we're going to play a little game in case you don't believe me that butterflies and moths are all related. So I want you guys to tell me, do you think this is a butterfly or a moth? I heard some moths. Did anyone say butterfly? A few butterflies, or you can raise your hand, yeah. So this is a moth. This is one of our diurnal species. This is the 8-spotted forester. They fly really fast. The first time I saw one, I was like, what is that? And I figured out it was a moth. What about this guy? Anybody think it's a butterfly? Oh, one, I see. This is a butterfly. So this is one of our butterflies called skippers. And skippers, usually people think are moths because they're pretty small. They're usually very drably colored. They're kind of fuzzier than normal butterflies are, and they hold their wings a little bit differently than butterflies typically do. So this is a swarthy skipper. What about this one? Now you guys are scared to guess, right? I am trying to trick you, so if you think it looks like one thing, guess the other. It looks like a butterfly, so it's a moth, yeah. So this is a false crocus geometer moth. Sometimes moths can hold their wings together like butterflies do. Oh wait, I want to show you something on this one. So the surefire way to tell the difference between a moth and a butterfly is to look at their antennae. So notice his antennae are straight, which you may think, okay, butterflies' antennae are like that too. But if you look at the very ends, if it was a butterfly, it would have some sort of like little knob or club shape on the end. If we go back, oh, no, we can't see it on that one. We'll see it coming up. So look for that. As I tell you that, and you can't see this guy's antennae, just guess. What do you think this one is? This is a moth. Yeah, this is the bluish spring moth, which looks a lot like this one. And this is a butterfly. So do you see kind of that knob on the end of its antenna right there? So this is a spring azure. What about this one? I heard lots of moths. Anyone think it's a butterfly? I can't trick you anymore. You're right, this is a moth. So this is the orange wing, and they are a specialist of honey locusts. So if you have honey locust trees, you might see these guys flying around. And notice the plumose antennae. So butterflies would never have antennae like that. And then last one. Moth or wasp? It is a wasp mimic. So this is a moth. It's one of our little clearwing moths. There are several species that look like this. This is the ironweed clearwing. And they are wasp mimics. So they look like wasps to avoid, just as a defense, to not get eaten. Things will leave them alone because they look like a wasp. So why moths? Hopefully I've showed you that they're pretty now. They're just as pretty as butterflies, but they're more than just eye candy. So what are all of these guys doing? They're all pollinating, and they're not trying to pollinate, they're just getting nectar, but in turn they act as pollinators. So moths are super important pollinators. A lot of times we think of bees as being our most important pollinators, but a lot of new research is showing that moths are just as important as bees. There's a new study that just came out of the University of Sussex, and they found that on wild blackberry, moths, even though they're not visiting as frequently as the bees, they actually are more effective at pollinating the blackberry flowers than the bees are. And moths have been shown to visit a greater diversity of flowers too. So I think we'll learn as we do more research that moths are one of our most important pollinators. They also have an excellent sense of smell. So they can smell those floral scents from miles away, and they can also smell pheromones for mating from miles away. And this is a zebra conchalotes moth. They're one of my favorite. We'll get to see him again in a little bit. So moths are they are our only pollinators for some of our native orchids. So I don't know if you guys realize we have dozens of species of native orchids in Ohio. And this is one of the really cool ones. This is called cranefly orchid. And the reason it's so cool, even though it's not as showy as some of like our lady slippers, the leaves that you see the 3 green leaves that kind of look wrinkly and fake? Those actually emerge in late fall or early winter. And they grow in the woods, and they do their photosynthesizing throughout the winter when there's more sunlight coming down to the forest floor because the trees have lost their leaves. And then in the spring, those leaves senesce or die back. And then if you're lucky, this time of year, you'll get a floral spike or raceme that shoots up, and it has all these little delicate flowers that come off of it. So this botanist in Ohio, his name was Warren Staudemeyer, he was curious what insect was pollinating these flowers. And he noticed that they have these really long nectar spurs. So see that kind of long tube? I guess I could use my laser pointer. So here's the flower, the petals, there's the middle. Here's the nectar tube. So at the very base of this nectar tube is where the nectar is found. So it's going to take an insect with a very, very long tongue to access that nectar. So bees wouldn't be able to, flies, beetles, they wouldn't be able to get the nectar from that. But moths can. So what Warren did is he went out at night and he documented several species of noctuid moths nectaring from the cranefly orchid. And then you might be asking, well, how is it getting pollinated? So if you notice, the flower has some asymmetry. See how these petals are a lot higher than these ones? So what happens is when that moth flies up and it's really pushing its tongue, its proboscis, to get down to the nectar, one of its eyes is actually forced against this pollen sac called a pollinium. And then it actually sticks to the moth's eye. And so then when the moth flies to a different flower, hopefully on a different plant, hopefully that pollinium will come off, and then that's how the orchid gets pollinated. So a pretty cool scenario that he discovered. So here are some of the moths that he found that were the pollinators of cranefly orchid. This is the common looper, and it is really common. This is the brown-hooded owlet. Then this one really surprised me. This is an armyworm moth, and typically we think of these guys as pests. So they're the ones that are responsible for their caterpillars will defoliate lawns sometimes. Like I think 4 years ago we had an outbreak of them. But just kind of keep in mind that sometimes things that we consider to be pests are doing really good services for maybe some important orchids. And then this was another really cool surprise. A few weeks ago we had Mothapalooza, which is a really big, crazy event. But one of the teenagers there, she's super into nature, super into moths. She was taking pictures of this zebra conchalotes. And if you notice its eye, it has kind of a yellow glob on it. That's not normal. Normally their eyes are pretty dark. So she was showing me her picture, and it was kind of blurry, and I was like, well, maybe it could be a pollinium, but this is not a known pollinator of cranefly orchid. So we were kind of like, I don't know. So my co-author, Jim McCormick, he has this mega macro lens. So he busted that out, got some really up-close shots, and you can see it kind of looks like some weird fungus sprouting out of the moth's eye. But here are, so one of these is a pollinium, so this whole thing is a pollinaria. And then here is this is called a visidium, and that's the sticky part that sticks to the moth's eye. So I think this is an awesome photo. We can actually see now how it happens. And then we have another really cool orchid in Ohio. It's very rare. I've only seen it once in Ohio. It's the eastern prairie fringed orchid, and it's listed as threatened in our state and in the United States. But my co-author, Jim, got this photo at night of a Carolina sphinx moth pollinating it. And sphinx moths, if you're not familiar with them, they're pretty big. A lot of people mistake them as hummingbirds. They can fly really fast. They're the second fastest insect after dragonflies. And I think they're pretty cool. They have these cool orange spots on them. So raise your hand if you think that the Carolina sphinx is a pretty cool moth. Yeah? What if I tell you this is its larva? So if you are a vegetable gardener, you've probably encountered these on your tomato plants or your pepper plants or your egg plants, your potatoes. So this is the tobacco hornworm. A lot of people call them tomato worms, but it actually does turn into that moth that we just saw. So again, keep in mind, things that we consider to be pests can be performing good ecosystem services as adults. So don't just feed them to your chickens like I used to do. All right, last orchid I wanted to share with you. This is called the tubercled rain orchid, and it likes wet areas and woods. It's not very showy. The flowers are very spindly and delicate, but it is listed as vulnerable in Ohio. And Jim took me to a location at Lawrence Woods. It's close to Kenton, if you're familiar with that area. But he is a botanist by trade, and so he was like super into photographing these flowers. And I saw all these little insects flying around, and I was like, what are they doing? So I got my macro lens out and was taking pictures of the little insects, and I was like, oh, they're moths. And they were nectaring from these flowers are just dainty. The moths were like the size of mosquitoes. But when I got home and I was going through my pictures, I noticed that this guy has a pollinarium stuck to his proboscis, which I thought was pretty cool. I didn't even notice it at the time, obviously, because it was so tiny. So I caught it in action of pollinating. All right, so we're thinking about flowers to plant for moths. Think about very pale flowers or white flowers, because they can be seen more easily in the dark. Think about flowers that their scent might become stronger at night, like milkweed. Think about tubular-shaped flowers, or just think about the flower shape. So remember that moths and butterflies can access nectar that's deeper in the flower. And if you don't believe me, I know milkweed's probably done blooming around here, but take a flashlight out at night and look at the flowers in your flower garden. And I bet you'll see some moths nectaring on them. This is a wavy-lined emerald on common milkweed. Moths love milkweed. So here's just a list I made of some of the popular flowers that moths love. The white one down there, Culver's Rue, is a huge moth magnet. If you don't have that, I would suggest adding it to your garden. Milkweed, I said. There are a couple others that I wanted to point out. So bone sets and mist flower. It's kind of a lavender color. And they both bloom late summer. But they are kind of special because they have these chemicals called pyrrolizidine alkaloids that some species will go and collect them and then use them in defenses. So sometimes the males will use them in their spermatophores and give them to the females as a nuptial gift. And then, like, the more heavily dosed it is, the better chances they will have with the female. I thought that was kind of cool, and you'll see moths all over them. So why moths? Yes, they're important pollinators. Yes, they're pretty. But they have an even more important role in our ecosystem. So here we have a gray tree frog, an eastern red bat, a southern flying squirrel, and a red-eyed vireo. So why am I putting up pictures of these guys in a talk about moths? They're lunch, yeah. So moths are food, and that is their most important role in our ecosystem. So this is so important that I didn't put any pretty pictures with it. Moths and their caterpillars are responsible for transferring more energy from plants to animals than all other herbivores combined. So I think that is really profound. So think about those thousands of species of moths. Think about all those caterpillars. It's mostly the caterpillars that are doing the energy transfer, not the adult moths. So in North America, there are 310 bird species that depend on caterpillars for part of their diet. You can see this song sparrow's got a beak full of caterpillars. That red-eyed vireo I showed you a little bit ago, and then Tennessee warblers and rose-breasted grosbeaks. A majority of their diet is caterpillars, nothing else, just caterpillars. So yeah, you'll see them at your bird feeders, but they're mostly out there looking for caterpillars to eat. And there has been a lot of controversy about renaming birds, and I'm not going to get into that. I'm not going to get political, so don't worry. But if any bird should be renamed, I would advocate this one. It's called a worm-eating warbler. And we do think of birds as eating worms a lot. We think of, oh, the early bird gets the worm, and you think the birds are out there looking for worms all the time. But there really are very few species, robins, starlings. I've seen some gray catbirds out there getting worms. Most birds are eating insects, especially caterpillars. So we could call them the caterpillar-eating warbler. That would be better. Or the insect-eating warbler. So why caterpillars? What's so special about them? Well, they really are like little hot dogs. They are soft, but way more nutritious. If you could turn broccoli into a hot dog, that's a caterpillar. They're soft, they're easy to digest, they're high in fats and proteins. They're high in, like I said, they're really healthy, they're very nutritious, they're full of carotenoids from the plants they're eating. So my co-author, Jim, I don't know if any of you guys know him, but he's a character, and he likes to compare them to hot dogs. And so, of course, he had to put our largest species in a hot dog bun. So this is the hickory horned devil. And it still had some growing to do after this, so it got even bigger. But this is what it turns into. This is the regal moth. And they are really big, the size of your hand. They're our heftiest, most massive moth in Ohio. Now, caterpillars are most important for birds when they're raising their chicks. So chicks cannot grow to the size that they are in the very short time that they do by eating seeds and berries and nuts. They have to have protein. Protein is what makes them grow. So they're eating insects, especially caterpillars. If you're familiar with Doug Tallamy, if you've read of any of his books, he and his colleagues have discovered that it takes over 6,000 caterpillars to raise a nest of bluebirds to fledging age, which is it's just a lot. That's just one nest and one pair of bluebirds. So I did a little mathing, and in the Ohio Breeding Bird Atlas, it says that we have around 200,000 nesting pairs of bluebirds in Ohio. And so, I lost my train of thought. Oh, so that equates to about 1,200,000,000 caterpillars. And that's just to fledging age. So even after they've fledged, the parents are still out there foraging and taking care of them. But then Tallamy and his colleagues couldn't keep the cameras on them, so they couldn't quantify all the caterpillars after that. So that's a lot of caterpillars, and that's just one species just in Ohio. So think about the whole eastern deciduous forest and all of the species. That's a lot of caterpillars that we need for these birds to keep thriving. So anything that we can do to help them, we should. So yeah, if you've ever seen birds after they've fledged, they're still so needy. They're squawking at their parents. And unsurprisingly, most of our bird species that are in decline are terrestrial species that feed insects to their young. So that's correlating with our insect declines. These are American kestrels. And this is just kind of common sense, but if the parents don't have enough caterpillars to feed their young, they're not going to lay as many eggs, or the chicks are going to starve. So this was a really cool mystery. Sorry, my mouth is getting really dry. So does anyone know what, oh, I said it up there. I can't ask you what it is. So this is a golden crowned kinglet. And many of them fly south for the winter. They migrate. But some of them stay here and overwinter. And for a while, it was a mystery as to what they were eating, because they are completely insectivorous. So they do not eat berries. They don't eat nuts. They're not eating seeds. they can only eat insects. And they're very tiny. They don't have a lot of extra body fat. So they are constantly having to find food during the winter or they will freeze to death. So this biologist out east, Bernd Heinrich, he finally discovered the mystery of what they were eating in the winter. You guys have any guesses? Moths. Moths is a good guess, right? So we're talking about moths today. Do you have another guess? Caterpillars. So some of our caterpillars overwinter, or some of our moths overwinter as caterpillars. So this is the one-spotted variant. It's a very good twig mimic. We wouldn't be seeing them in the winter, but that tiny little golden crown kinglet can pick them out. And they are super common. We see the moths come to our moth lights all the time. So that's what they're eating in the winter. Now, not only birds rely on caterpillars, but we also have many wasp species that are caterpillar hunters. And I know when I talk about wasps, a lot of people are like, who cares? They're mean. Like, we don't like them. But most of our wasp species are solitary. They're not social wasps. So social wasps are the ones like yellow jackets and bald-faced hornets that are out to defend their nests and may sting you. Most of our wasp species, like probably 90% of them, 95% of them are solitary. So they're out just doing their own thing. They're not going to sting you. So I think of these guys as just mama wasps that are taking care of their babies. So what happens is the mother wasp will sting the caterpillar and paralyze it, and then she will take it back to a burrow that she's made underground or that she's created, and then she will lay an egg on it. And then when the egg hatches, the wasp larva will burrow into the caterpillar and then eat it. So it's the fresh food for the wasp larva, because remember, the caterpillar isn't dead, it's just paralyzed, so it's still fresh. Then we have these parasitoid wasps. So they take it a little bit further than just the predatory wasps. So they actually inject their eggs into the caterpillar. And then when the eggs hatch, those wasp larvae start feeding inside of the caterpillar. But they avoid its vital organs so that the caterpillar can keep eating and stay alive. And then when they are ready to pupate and become adults, they'll chew their way through the caterpillar skin. Here you can see these little green-looking leg thingies. Those are actually the wasp larvae. So Jim, this is his photo too, he caught them right when they were chewing their way out. Pretty soon they're going to start spinning cocoons around themselves, and this is what they look like then. So if you have the tobacco hornworms in your garden, or if you've seen these before, these are not wasp eggs, these are actually wasp cocoons. And soon the little adult wasps will emerge from those. And if you do have these in your garden, I would just encourage you to let Mother Nature take care of them for you, because usually, actually, when the caterpillars start feeding on the tomato plants or whatever they're eating, the plant will release these chemical volatiles in the air, and those wasps will smell them, and that's like kind of your cue to where to find the caterpillars. So if you let Mother Nature take care of it, she usually won't have a pest problem. So this is the work of a stigmata mummy wasp. And just like that last one, the wasp lays its eggs in the caterpillar. They eat the inside of the caterpillar. But in this case, they actually go through their whole life cycle inside of the caterpillar, and the adults emerge. So all these holes that you see are where the adult wasps actually came out. So it's called a mummy because the caterpillar is kind of mummified. And I find these along wetlands, or like on a cattail or something. So if you ever see that, that's what it is. And then if all that weren't gruesome enough, we've got some caterpillar zombies. So in this case, the wasp larvae are actually controlling the behavior of the caterpillar, which is pretty awesome, I think. Not for the caterpillar, but for the wasps. So in this case, after the wasps chew their way out of the caterpillar, somehow they control the caterpillar to spin a cocoon around the wasps. So all that fluff that you see, this was the caterpillar silk, not the wasp's silk. And if that weren't enough, then the caterpillar sits on top of this cocoon and will guard it for the wasp. So if something comes to try to eat them, it will bat them away. So they have their own personal bodyguard. And then the caterpillar eventually dies. So sad life for the caterpillar. We also have parasitoid flies. This is a tachinid fly. If you ever see a fly with a really bristly hind end, it's probably a tachinid fly. And just like those wasps, they'll lay their eggs on the outside of the caterpillar usually. Here's what they look like. But then the little maggots will burrow into the caterpillar and eat it. So we also have a lot of predatory bugs that feed on caterpillars. And then here is a furrier predator. So I'm going to leave my presentation for a minute to show you guys a video. So this was in Minnesota during a forest tent caterpillar outbreak. I was working earlier. There we go. So this is Terry, and she's a black bear. And if you look closely on these trees are a whole bunch of, you see the forest tent caterpillars? So she's just eating them by the dozens. So you see all the caterpillars right there? She's licking off. Now, obviously, bears can only take advantage of this when there is an outbreak of these caterpillars. So caterpillars aren't always a part of their diet. So if you notice, Terry was wearing a radio collar, and there was actually a researcher that followed her around. And they found that if they looked at Terry's scat, her poop, the caterpillar skins would pass through her digestive system intact. So the researcher could actually count how many caterpillars she was eating by counting the skins of the caterpillars. And so she found that she ate over 25,000 caterpillars in one day, which equated to about 21 pounds a day and about between 400 and 800 pounds during the whole outbreak. And you may think that seems like a lot, but it was less than 1% of all the caterpillars in the outbreak. So it's really not affecting the caterpillars at all. But it's awesome protein for Terry. So if all of that sounded like some doom and gloom for caterpillars, it is. If you're a caterpillar, your chances of making it to be a full-grown caterpillar or an adult moth are not great. Less than 1%. So these are the tobacco hornworms again. You can see the one on the top, the small one, is one of the early instars. So caterpillars go through instars and they molt to grow. And then the one on the bottom is the final instar. Even if you do make it to become a moth, if you're a caterpillar, there are still things that want to eat you. So this is a painted lichen moth, which are supposedly toxic, but it's being eaten by a spine soldier bug nymph. And then, actually, most moths can escape from spider webs. I don't think people realize that. But if you ever touched a moth, their scales are kind of dusty. They come off really easily. That helps them escape from a spider web if they get trapped. Not all the time. Sometimes the spiders still get them, but a lot of times they can escape. So what the bola spider has done, it has developed this unusual method for hunting so that the moths can escape from their webs. No, they're not really webs. So during the day, these guys are bird-dropping mimics. They're just resting on a leaf. I actually found this one with my preschoolers last fall. They thought it was the coolest thing ever. We checked on it every day. But then at night, I went and got some photos and watched her hunting. So instead of spinning a big orb web like most orb weavers do, the bola spider will just drop down from a line from the leaf that they're resting on, and then put down a line of silk with this super sticky, gluey drop of silk on the end. And then she will emit these pseudopheromones that mimic the pheromones of female moths. And so pheromones are what draw the male moths in, obviously. So when a male moth gets close, she will snag him with that line, and that super sticky drop of silk kind of sticks to all those scales, even though they want to come off, and then that's how they can't escape. So then she'll do her spider thing and reel him in and bite him and suck all the liquids out. But I think it's pretty cool. So instead of spinning the whole web, they've developed this unique thing. And the male moths have no clue. They think they're, flying in to mate. Instead, they're becoming the moth's or the spider's meal. Oh, and she did almost catch one. I saw a moth fly in, but I had my light shining on it because I was trying to get a photo of her catching one. And I think the moth saw her and it took off and it never came back. And then I left her alone because I felt bad. So we also have these zombie fungi. So if you've ever heard of the show The Last of Us, That's what this show is based off of. But what happens is an insect gets infected with spores, and then the fungus grows inside of the insect for a couple weeks, maybe a month. And then somehow that fungus can control the insect to go to a high up place so that when it puts off its fruiting bodies and the spores shower down, they're more likely to infect other insects around. A lot of our, well, I should say our eastern whippoorwills and their relatives in the nightjar family are dusk hunters. So they are highly dependent on moths as part of their diet. I mean, if you look up close at one, you can see it's got these whiskers. So those whiskers are called rectal bristles, and they help the bird feel the moths when they get close to them because they obviously can't see very well in the dark. But if you're looking at its little beak, it kind of is like, how is that thing eating moths? Maybe they're really tiny moths, maybe they're eating little mosquitoes. But this video shows us how big its mouth actually is. If it plays. There we go. So they have these huge mouths. A nickname for them is frog mouth. So you can see how they can really eat even our biggest moths. And if you're not aware of this, whippoorwills are in decline. So anything we can do to help them, I'm sure they would appreciate. I'm going to advance. Oh, we don't want to watch you again. Okay, here we go. So unsurprisingly, because of our insect declines, our aerial insectivorous birds are in decline too. So think of like swallows, flycatchers, redstarts. So really we need to, as gardeners, we need to be thinking about what we can do to help them. Now the biggest enemy of adult moths are not birds, they are bats. So a lot of times we think of bats as eating mosquitoes. I mean, bats do eat mosquitoes, but if you were a bat, would you rather have a tiny little mosquito or a nice juicy plump moth? You'd rather have a nice plump moth. So we're going to go through some of the defenses that moths have, or some of the adaptations that they have to avoid being eaten by bats. So their first strategy is, if you're a noctuid moth, you have ears and you can actually hear the bats. So we all know that bats hunt using echolocation. So they can actually hear those ultrasonic signals that the bats are putting off. And if the bat's getting super close to them, they can hear that, and they will just nosedive to the ground to avoid getting eaten. Another strategy that tiger moths have, this is a giant leopard moth, is that not only do they have the ears to hear the bats, they can actually communicate back to the bats. So they can send off their own ultrasonic signals telling the bats that they're toxic and that they'll be bitter if they try to eat them. The giant leopard moth has an extra defense. Do you guys see those golden droplets above its antennae? That's called reflex bleeding. So if something kind of squeezes the moth, like it's going to eat it, it will secrete those. And I kind of read about that they are presumed to be bitter, but I don't think there's been any research done on it. So you know where I'm going with this, don't you? So one day at Mothapalooza, this was a couple years ago, a giant leopard moth had flown into one of our lighting stations, and it was on the ground. And I didn't want it to get stepped on, so I picked it up to move it over to the side. And it did the reflex bleeding in my hand. And so I'm looking at my hand. I'm like, I wonder if it really does taste bad. So I, of course, had to taste it. And yeah, it was pretty bad. It's not like anything I've ever tasted before. But yes, very bitter. If I was a bat, I would spit it out. So here is a really cool one. This is the American ermine moth, and it's very, very tiny. And these guys don't have ears, so they can't hear the bats coming. And they don't even, or they're not even toxic. So they're not toxic like the tiger moths are. But what they do is they're mimicking those calls that the tiger moths, like the last one we saw, are making, and telling the bats that they taste bad, even though they don't. So that's called Batesian mimicry, when a non-toxic animal mimics a toxic one. Now this one is cool because it's the only animal known to science that can jam the sonar of its predator. This is called Grote's Bertholdia, and it is not found in Ohio, unfortunately. It's out west. But what happens is when the bat gets really close, they increase their ultrasonic pulses, and then the Grote's Bertholdia can put back pulses so quickly that the bat's pulses bounce off of their own. So then it can't find where the moth is. So I think that's pretty cool. And then we have Luna moths. So we think Luna moths are really pretty. They have these long hind wing streamers, or tails we call them. And for a while, scientists kind of thought, okay, they're kind of disruptive camouflage. They make it look like a plant. But recent research has shown that when the moths with tails fly, like the Luna moth, those tails kind of twirl in the air, and it kind of distracts the bat's echolocation calls, and so the bat kind of goes after the moth's tails instead of the body of the moth. So then it's more likely to survive, to reproduce. So you can see the one on the right, the bat did attack, and I just saw one of these, I just saw one of these the other night where the tails were missing, and even it had taken a chunk out of the hind wing, but the moth could still fly and was still okay. And then this is my favorite one. So this is a dot-lined white, and I think someone at the very beginning thought of moths as being furry, maybe over there. Some moths are very furry, we call it. It's not really fur or hair, it's just their modified scales. But for a while, scientists thought that this was just to help keep them warm when they're flying at night. But there are a lot of moths in the tropics that are really furry too, so that doesn't really make sense. So they did some research and finally discovered that the furrier you are, if you're a moth, the more of those bats' calls that you're absorbing into your scales. So it's like 85, if you're really furry, you're absorbing 85% of the bat's calls, so you're more likely not to get eaten. All right, so hopefully you all realize how important moths and their caterpillars are now. Let's think about how we could garden for them. So everyone hopefully is familiar with the monarch. It's one of our conservation totems, and they are in decline. I've only seen 2 adults this year, and I haven't seen any caterpillars yet. I don't know about you guys. Hopefully you're seeing more than me. But if we think about gardening for monarchs, what do we have to think about? So planting milkweed, so we want to think about the host plant, and we want to think about nectar, which we've already talked about. And for monarchs, I'm sure you're aware, it's really important to have nectar for them in the fall when they're migrating too. So hopefully you all want to attract a pretty Luna moth to your yard. The thing about Luna moths is, as adults, they do not feed. They don't even have mouth parts. They only live a week or 2 to reproduce, and then they die. So we really have to think about what we can feed their caterpillars. Luckily for us, Lunas are polyphagous. So they can eat a wide variety of plants. They're not specialists like monarchs are. So if we look at all these plants, I've got sumacs, chokecherry, sweet gum, tulip tree, spice bush, black walnut, I find them all in most. What do all these plants have in common? Anybody notice anything? Usually people say they're all trees or shrubs, which is true. But the thing that they have most in common, the most important thing, is that they're all native. So I don't know how much you guys know about native plants, but native plants are super important for our wildlife because our wildlife are adapted to eating them. If you're going to your local garden center and buying plants that are native to Europe or that are native to Asia and planting them in your garden, then there's not a lot that's going to be using them. So if you want to help the birds, if you want to help the other wildlife that are eating caterpillars, please consider planting some natives in your garden. And the reason for that is plants don't want to be eaten. So they have developed all of these phytochemicals, we call them. They're toxins for insects because they don't want to be eaten. So those insects have to be able to digest and process those toxins or sequester them somehow. And if they have never been exposed to them before, then they're not going to be able to do that. And if you're worried about caterpillars eating all of your beautiful garden plants, don't be. Remember what happens to most of them. They get eaten. And caterpillars are really cool too. So these are some of the cool ones we just have in Ohio. So these next few slides are the top plants for growing caterpillars. So if you look on the left, that number is the number of species that group hosts or that genus hosts. And you can find all of these numbers, plus you can get like the specific species that they host on the Native Plant Finder website. And you can actually type in your zip code where you are, and it'll give you the exact numbers for where you are. So if you just Google Native Plant Finder, it will pop up. So you can see oaks are awesome. Maples, willows are really awesome too, cherries. And then here are the top shrubs and bushes for growing moths. And remember, these are natives. So garden roses that are really pretty, your hybrid tea roses, aren't going to be attracting any moth caterpillars. You might get some sawfly larvae on them, but no caterpillars. We do have some pretty native roses, though. And then here are our top forbs and grasses for growing moths. So we really do have a lot of pretty native flowers. The yellow one on the left is our Maximilian sunflower. I'm sure you're familiar with Joe Pyeweed. Violets are awesome hosts for butterflies and moths. Hopefully you all have black-eyed Susans. But a lot of people don't realize hibiscus is one of our natives. And I saw some blooming just in the wild on my drive up here this morning. But hibiscus is a perennial. It looks very tropical. It's very showy. And it's an awesome host for caterpillars. So a lot of people ask me what my favorite moth is, and here it is. This is the wavy-lined emerald. The moth is pretty. It's not very big, but it's very green and showy. But the caterpillar is what I think is the coolest. So it is so special. It has its own name. It's called the camouflaged looper. Anybody see it? So camouflage loopers are pretty interesting because they don't eat the leaves of the plant. They will eat the flowers and the flower parts of the plant. And they're the only caterpillar known to decorate themselves with their food. So they'll chew off bits of the petals or the flower parts, and they will actually stick it to their back with their silk. And then they have this kind of special chemical in their saliva that they cover their whole decoration with. We call it a floral ghillie suit. That kind of preserves it for the day and keeps it from turning brown right away. So if you still haven't found him, here's his head, and here's his rear end. So he's kind of arched along the side. So all those petals that you see stuck to him are the ones that he put on there. So I think they're pretty cute. And then depending on what flower they're on, they can be different colors. So there's his head. I tried to really zoom in so you could see them. They're still hard to find, though. And you probably have these in your gardens. I was actually looking just outside here. But they're only about an inch long, so they're kind of hard to spot. Look for moving flowers, or little aberrations on the flower. This is on yarrow. Do you see his head? You see how he's kind of arched up? Aren't they just the coolest? They're my favorite. This one was on Laetris. And now sometimes the petals will dry up and be brown, and then it's usually easier to see them because it's like, what is that dead part of the flower? So this one actually caught in the action on my purple coneflower. You can see he's actually sticking one of the developing seed heads to his back. And then this guy on the gray-headed coneflower, you can see where he did his decorating from this petal, but the bumblebee had no idea that he was there. So I was pretty amused. So here are some of the common plants I find them on. Usually it's composite flowers in the sunflower family. And I always tell people that, and that's what all the literature says, but just this past weekend I found one eating hibiscus, which I thought was really cool. And at first I just thought it fell onto it, but no, I actually saw it eating the petals. So look for them on any flowers, I guess. Now, not all of our caterpillars and moths can be gardened for by planting those from those lists I just showed you. So those lists are good hosts for the biggest number of caterpillars, but just like the monarch can only eat milkweed, a lot of our moths can only eat one type of plant. So this is the gold moth, and it is a specialist of wingstem, which is a really cool plant. A lot of times it will just volunteer if you let it grow. This is the moonseed moth, and it only eats moonseed. This is the primrose moth. I bet you can guess what it eats. Primrose. And you can see why they are so colorful. And Jim actually got this up by the lake. I'm not sure where exactly it was, but it was pretty close to here. You see them? There's 2 of them. Then this is a goldenrod stowaway, and it's kind of a misnomer too, because its host is not goldenrod. Its host is bitens, or bigger ticks. But here's its caterpillar, and you can see it just shed. I got this photo at our nature center. Here's its shed, and then it's eating its head capsule down here. So they're really yellow, and they kind of feed on the flowers and the flower parts too, like that camouflage looper did. So grape is one of our most important host plants for specialist caterpillars. Grape and Virginia creeper both. And I know as gardeners, we get annoyed when they're growing in our flower beds and we didn't plant them there, and I pull them out too. Sometimes I transplant them. But if you do have wild spaces in your yard, or maybe areas that you don't care to let some vines grow, grape and Virginia creeper are awesome, awesome host plants. So if you let grape or Virginia creeper grow, you might get some of these really cool moths. The spotted forester, the abbot sphinx, the grape leaf skeletonizer, the Pandora sphinx, the beautiful wood nymph, the grape root borer, the mournful thyrus, the Achaemen sphinx, the grape plume moth, the grape leaf folder, the Polyphemus moth, the badwing, the white line sphinx, a grapevine epimenis, a Virginia creeper sphinx, or a Virginian tiger moth. So all those plants love grape or Virginia creeper. Then we have got some other plants that typically we consider to be weedy, but are really good host plants, and they're native. So one that I like to point out is poison ivy. And I get poison ivy, it's not fun, but poison ivy is native, and it is a good host plant. Some of our moth caterpillars can only eat poison ivy, like this one. So this is a beautiful Utilia. Their caterpillars are specialists of poison ivy, and we've got a few others too. Birds eat the berries, I'm sure you're aware, that's how they get spread so easily, and then deer eat poison ivy too. So it is a really good plant. We don't want to completely eradicate it. I already talked about violets. Wild strawberry is a really good host. Even if you don't spray your lawn with herbicides, so if you let kind of weedy European plants grow like dandelions and dock, plantain, clover, you'll get some of these really cool moths. They're pretty generalists. They'll pretty much eat anything. Now, not all moths can be gardened for. So this is a black and yellow lichen moth caterpillar. Instead of eating plants, they feed on lichens. So if you're not familiar with what lichens are, they're kind of a fungal component they have an algal component, which is the green part. And after a nice rain is when the algae does its photosynthesizing. So that's when the caterpillars will come out and feed on the algal part. So here's the moth that guy becomes. And we've got some other ones too, the scarlet-winged lichen moth, the painted lichen moth. Very showy. They are toxic from chemicals that they get from the lichens. Then we have these moths that I like to call mermaid moths. So they are kind of crazy because what happens is the mother moth dives into the water, and she will lay her eggs on rocks in the water. And then when those eggs hatch, the caterpillars are completely aquatic. So they actually have gills, so those kind of like spaghetti hair-looking things you see out of the side of that caterpillar, those are its gills. So it can breathe in the water with those. They spin these little silken sacs. You can see that's what it's resting on. And they just feed on algae that's in the water and on the rocks. But then, obviously, they become terrestrial as adults. So they're one of my favorites. And then this guy is one of our non-vegetarian moths. These guys are meat eaters. So this is a city-winged chalcela. And what the females do here is they will lay their eggs around at the base of a paper wasp nest and sort of get their revenge on the wasps. So when the eggs hatch, they will crawl down that pedestal you see that's attached to the top and into one of the cells of the paper wasp nest, and then they will eat the wasp larvae. So they are meat eaters. Actually, research has shown, though, that paper wasp nests that are around buildings and not out in the wild like this one is are more likely to be used by the city-winged chalcela moth. So if you do have these, The wasps aren't bothering you, which usually they don't. It's when you try to spray them and get rid of them is when they come after you. Let them go and feed the moths. And Jim got an awesome photo. This is actually what the moth caterpillar looks like. So it very much looks like a little wasp grub. So what else can you do to help moths? You can leave your leaves. Hopefully you've all heard this. It's kind of a movement that's happening. But leaf litter is super, super important. So a lot of our moths are camouflaged to blend in with leaf litter during the day. And then some of our caterpillars don't eat fresh leaves, they eat dead leaves. So if you're shredding up your dead leaves or burning them, they're not going to have that food. This is a female Io moth, and Io moth cocoons actually fall out of the tree onto the ground during the winter. And some of our other giant silk moth cocoons do that too. So if you're destroying that leaf litter, you might be destroying moth cocoons. And leaf litter is super important for other wildlife too, not just moths. Turn off your lights at night. So light pollution is a huge, huge problem, and it's getting worse, not better. It confuses moths. Moths will fly to the lights and sometimes lay their eggs around your house instead of out on their host plants. Or they will miss opportunities to mate and reproduce because they're confused by the lights at night. And light pollution is a huge problem for all wildlife too, not just moths. One more thing, if you feel like you have to have a security light on at night, try to put out a motion sensor. That way it's not on all night long. Because if it's just on sporadically, it's not going to affect the insects and other animals as much. Try not to use insecticides. So if you have a pest problem, try to let Mother Nature take care of it if you can, or try to find maybe some safe organic ways to treat it than using insecticides. Insecticides don't just kill your pests, they're killing every insect that is around or is visiting your flowers. So caddisflies, I don't know if you guys know what caddisflies are, but they're kind of an aquatic insect. They start their life in the water like dragonflies do. But they're butterfly and moth's closest relative. And they're the insect that's in the most decline. But you can see that butterflies, which we should say moths, are second. So they're really, really struggling. So anything we can do to help them, we should. And so Jim and I are trying to advocate for moths. A lot of people don't realize how important they are because we don't see them at night. We think of them as pests or as things that fly in our face by our light when we're trying to go in our houses. Hopefully I've changed all of your minds. I told them earlier that I try to be the Lorax for the moths. So hopefully you guys can all spread the word. But if you do want to learn more, see more beautiful photography, I do have our book available today. So why garden for moths? When you garden for moths, you garden for bola spiders. You garden for frogs. You garden for bats. You garden for squirrels. You garden for rare orchids. You garden for mama wasps and their babies. You garden for whippoorwills. You garden for songbirds. You garden for zombie fungi. And you garden for the enjoyment of children and people. This is that same hickory horned devil caterpillar that was in that hot dog bun. So this is one of my preschoolers, Ellie. And you can just see the look on her face says it all. People think caterpillars are cool. People think moths are cool. So if you plant it, we will come. All right, does anyone have any questions? In the back?
I've noticed some lanternfly moths.
So she's asking about the spotted lanternflies. So the spotted lanternflies are not moths. They're not related to moths at all. They are kind of mothish looking, so I could see why you would get confused with that. But they are invasive. Their host plant is tree of heaven or ailanthus, which we do have a lot of here, unfortunately. But the bad thing is that they can also eat other things. So that's why they are such a worry for vineyards and places where we have these monoculture crops. So, but yeah, it's in Ohio, and I don't think there's much we can do about it. If you see them, you can kill them. But I think it's going to have to run its course just like the emerald ash borer and some of our other pests that we introduced, unfortunately.
So last year I grew bone set, and it's doing fabulous this year, and it's
getting close to blooming, you mentioned that there was a relationship between boneset and others, and then eventually bats, which we just bought a bat house and trying to attract those. Can you say what the relationship is between boneset and bats?
Okay, so I brought up bonesets when I was talking about the nectar plants for moths. There are a few species of moths that will seek out boneset because they have this chemical called pyrrolizidine alkaloids, and they're very toxic, but the moths or the caterpillars are adapted to being able to sequester those toxins, or they can incorporate them into like their defenses. So one moth that I'm thinking of, the Bella moth, will incorporate them into its spermatophores, they're called. And that's like the kind of packet of sperm that it's giving to the female, transferring to the female during mating. And then the Bella moth can actually decide, she can get sperm packets from several males, and she can decide which one she wants to actually use to fertilize her eggs. And she'll probably choose the one that has the most of those protective compounds in them. So, and then she'll incorporate those into her eggs so that when she lays her eggs and leaves, they're still protected, because if a predator gets close, they can sense those toxic chemicals and they want nothing to do with them. So boneset is pretty much just used for, the moths to protect themselves. But yeah, they would be unpalatable to bats too. So bats wouldn't want to eat the moths that are toxic from that, if that makes sense. But there's a moth called the yellow-collared skate moth that you'll probably see a lot of. They kind of look like little fireflies. They're black and orange to advertise their toxicity, and they're diurnal, so you'll see them during the day. But your boneset will probably be covered with those soon when it's blooming. Any other questions?
If the moths come out at night, what attracts them to the light?
So that's a really good question. So he asked, why are moths and other insects too are attracted to lights? Like why are they drawn to the flame? We even have scenes. And there are a lot of theories, and none of them have been proven. So one of the theories, which I think makes the most sense, even though it sounds kind of illogical, is that the moths are trying to fly away from the light, but they're just not accomplishing that. So a lot of moths will use the moon to navigate. And so when they're seeing these other light sources, they're getting confused thinking that's like a natural light source. And so they're trying to use it to navigate, and somehow they just end up closer to it instead of getting to where they need to go. But there's actually, we did a little inset box in our book about why they're drawn to lights. But yeah, that's an excellent question. Scientists still have not answered it, unfortunately. There are some lights that insects are more attracted to than others. And when we do our mothing, we use really bright lights, and then we use UV lights too. So some moths are only attracted to ultraviolet light, and other insects too. So it's a lot of research that needs to be done.
Any tips for mothing? We're interested in that experience and wondered what your suggestions are.
Yes, so, and we actually have a section in our book about that too, but if you are new, I would suggest just buying like a cheap but bright LED light. You can get them from Amazon. And then if you have like a white garage door or maybe a lighter colored building, just putting that light right in front of it. I usually set mine up around 9 or 9:30 and turn the lights on. And then usually a little after 10, I'll go out and start checking. If you are wanting to attract the big silk moths like Luna moths or polyphemuses or imperials, they usually are later. So not till after 11 usually do they start to come in. Sometimes you won't get them in until midnight or even like 2 o'clock in the morning. So what I started doing, because I just needed sleep, was I'd stay up until about midnight taking pictures, and then I would leave the lights on. And then I would set my alarm for 4 a.m. and I would go back out, and then that's when I saw my first Luna moth that had come in between that time. Then of course shut them back off before sunrise so that they have a chance to fly away before the birds come out. Yeah, if you have any other questions, we can talk afterwards, but just get a really bright light, or a UV light, a black light will work too.
Hi, sorry I may have missed it at the beginning, but can humans eat uh, caterpillars? And is the protein, sounds like the protein's very, very healthy. So is it bioavailable to humans, and how do we process it? I mean, if you're lost and out in the, could you eat caterpillars to survive?
This is the first time I've ever had this question. So he's asking, you guys can all hear, right? Do I need to repeat the question? Okay. So he's wondering if humans can eat caterpillars. And yes, they are a good protein. Some cultures, it's a regular part of their diet. I'm trying to think of the name of the caterpillar. It's in the book. I can't think of it now. I think it's in New Zealand or maybe one of the Aboriginal Australian cultures. It starts with an M. I can't think of it. But yeah, they rely on caterpillars as a heavy part of their diet. But I wouldn't eat, some of our caterpillars are venomous, very few. So if it looks spiky or hairy, I wouldn't put that in my mouth. And you're like, well, you tried the giant leopard moth secretion. But yeah, if it's smooth and you're starving, I would eat it if you're desperate. But yeah, usually in our culture, obviously, we think of that as taboo. But some cultures, it's a part of their diet, and it's a good source of protein.
Thank you very much, Chelsea.
Thank you guys for coming.
Check, check. How does that sound? Okay. I don't think I'll need a pointer. I can just use the cursor if I need to.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I am John Mann, Director of Education for Lakeside. For today's session, environmental session, originally, of course, it was going to be Catherine Zimmerman, but unfortunately, she had a medical emergency that came up within the family, so she is unfortunately not with us for today. However, we're very thrilled to have Carrie Jennings with us. And Carrie is the Research and Policy Director at Freshwater, a Minnesota-based nonprofit focused on surface water quality and groundwater sustainability across the Great Lakes states. She is a geologist who applies her understanding of glacial geography and landscape evolution to shape policy and technical approaches for managing surface water and groundwater, avoiding hazards and using resources wisely. For her policy focus, she was a field geologist for a total of 24 years with the Minnesota Geological Survey and Department of Natural Resources. Carrie is an adjunct graduate faculty at the University of Minnesota. And also she is a former lifeguard and longtime Lakesider, which has a special place in her heart, which is Lakeside. And with that,
And if you still want to hear a little bit about landscapes, restoring landscapes for water quality, I'll have that in this talk, but on a larger scale than your front yard. But it's applicable to your front yard. But I'm here today to talk to you about a project that Freshwater has initiated across the Great Lakes. And we spent the first year and a half developing brand and outreach strategies. And our brand is Greater Lakes Promise. That is a nod a little bit to the funder, the Great Lakes Protection Fund, which is a consortium of the governors from all the Great Lakes states and some businesses in those states. And I just want to talk to you about the strategies that we're employing to get clean water from healthy lands. We have some overarching goals and reduce pollution to the Great Lakes. You might say, well, the Clean Water Act did that in the 1960s. And I think you probably know if you're in this room that the Clean Water Act was restricted to discharge from pipes, or what we call point source pollution. And it did not address the widespread pollution that comes off of agricultural lands or even cities. So it's only a point. If it comes out of a pipe in a city or an industry, then it was regulated then. But it was too hard to think about agriculture at that time. We have some goals that include also creating habitat on land. And that's strategic, partly because we think that it's a little bit, I don't know, just out there. It's hard to grab onto a goal of water quality in something as big as the Great Lakes, but it's easier to look at a landscape and see change and see habitat for pollinators or the animals that you care about. And that visual increase in habitat will keep you going. And then the third goal is to sequester carbon in the soil. So there's a climate aspect to this work, because if we do have the right kind of vegetation that's forever on the landscape, then we'll be storing carbon in the soil instead of releasing it to the atmosphere. So all three things will happen with the strategies that we're developing. So what is Greater Lakes Promise? It's a collaborative of water nonprofits and land trusts across the Great Lakes. And we're funded by the Great Lakes Protection Fund. We've recruited land conservation organizations in key tributaries so far to work with us. And the Maumee in the Western Lake Erie watershed is one of the priority watersheds that we're working in. We're also working in Saginaw Bay in Lake Michigan and in the western basin of Lake Superior. We'd like to expand this to another one or two watersheds eventually, but these are the three priorities. And we're starting with the Maumee and western Lake Superior. And what we hope to do is have this new approach, a new foundation to have healthy lands by strengthening these existing land trusts that already have relationships in their watersheds and giving them better targets for nutrient reduction. So we want to help them identify the key parcels that they could conserve that will actually restore water more quickly. There's always going to be people willing to donate their land for whatever purpose, for their family to be proud of, or just to have their, I'm losing my words right now, but we want to help them prioritize parcels for nutrient reduction. And we also want to give them a flexible funding stream to do this. A lot of land trusts do their work based on private donations, or they might have access to federal funds. They might write grants to the USDA. And those are really challenging grants to kind of fulfill the mission of their work, because they can't necessarily use them for an easement. They can only use it for an acquisition, or they can't use the land for maintenance of a planting that they've already put out there. It could only be for new planting. So we want to make sure that the money's flexible for them and they use it for the best need that they have, the highest priority. So these are the watersheds that we're working, the land trust that we're working with. The Great Lakes Protection Fund I mentioned is the funder. They're based in Evanston, Illinois, but again, they work across the Great Lakes region. We are the project lead, and that's just because I work with freshwater and I'm in Minnesota and this was my idea, so we're leading. And then in this area, we recruited Black Swamp Conservancy. And I don't know if you've heard of them, but they do have some restoration projects as close as Catawba. And they work broadly in this region that used to be the Black Swamp. And I think you know that there's some wonderful birding areas that are still little remnants of the Black Swamp that was here. These other ones, Landmark is in Wisconsin, Little Forks and Saginaw Bay are in Michigan, Minnesota Land Trust, obviously. And then we have a fiscal agent. Conservation Fund actually is going to give the fiscal responsibility to the stewardship network. And that's because as money comes in, we need basically a bank to help us distribute that money to the land trusts. So our steps to this process, this is maybe the boring part, this is kind of my internal thinking. We had a pilot project and then a full 5-year project with the Great Lakes Protection Fund to recruit these land trusts and model where the land impact would be the greatest. So on my team, I have 2 guys that are actually doing the watershed modeling and looking at the phosphorus and nitrogen reduction on specific parcels, but they're also looking at how much those parcels will cost. So we want a good return on investment. We don't want to just buy the most expensive land out there. And then we worked for 1.5 years with a marketing firm to create the brand. And if you kind of get excited about this, I do have some, this is our first swag. I do have some branded things up here, floating keychains, koozies, stickers. And then what I hope to have in businesses is window clings so that people can start to see where they might be able to purchase goods to help. So we are establishing, the work we're doing right now this summer is establishing our brand partnerships, our business partnerships, and we want a big brand. We're looking for somebody like a Coca-Cola or an Anheuser-Busch that will carry this product label. It's not too far out of reach. Freshwater already has a partnership with Anheuser-Busch for a beer that I've learned is mostly 80% of it sold in Minnesota. But we're looking for a brand where a little bit of the proceeds from each sale will come back into the fund. And then the land conservancy partners are adding the nutrient reduction strategies to their priorities when acquiring lands. They will help us decide how the money is distributed. These land trusts that we have will create the rules for the best use of this, which practices and how the funding should be distributed. For example, if it's you all that are raising money here, that money should stay in the Maumee watershed and not go to Lake Superior. But if it's Coca-Cola helping us with bottling across the region, then maybe those funds are distributed evenly between the land trusts. So those are conversations we're still having. And then the land trust will restore and manage these lands in perpetuity. So that's the big picture, our overall purpose, but I think I want to go a little bit more into detail about what the problem actually is in these watersheds, because they share some geologic history. So why is this project important to the Great Lakes? Well, currently land use is negatively impacting these 3 areas of the Great Lakes and actually a few more. And this is Lake Erie. This might be Lake Erie at a time when Toledo can't take the drinking water from the lake, which happened a few years ago. It's not like that right now. We're lucky. You know, this happens usually in years where there's a lot of runoff into the lakes, and I understand it's been kind of dry. We've been getting all of your rain, by the way, in Minnesota. So we want to avoid this situation because it impacts everything about using the lakes, and it will eventually impact just the property value in the region. I started coming here in the 60s. My parents bought our place on Laurel in the 70s, and my earliest childhood memories are playing with dead carp on the shore of Lake Erie. Does anyone remember this? Yeah, and it smelled bad. You know, and it's not like that anymore, thanks to the Clean Water Act regulations, primarily. But what we're seeing now is a result of over a century of land use, land conversion for agriculture. This is in the Maumee watershed, and it's a nice-looking little farm. But what's happened is these small farms have grown bigger and bigger, and what used to be maybe a combination of small grains and animal agriculture and maybe a little bit of corn has changed, and it's become primarily 2 main crops. And many months of the year, the fields are absolutely bare because these crops are not perennial, they're annual crops. And so we have between June and maybe August where we have something covering the field. But in other months, we have direct runoff of sediment-laden water with phosphorus. And we also have nitrogen that's coming from agricultural drainage systems. When you lose these nutrients from where they're meant to nourish the crops and instead are feeding them to the Great Lakes, then you're feeding things that you don't want to be growing. So you're actually supplying nutrients for the algae and the lake weeds. The algae have changed a little bit over time, and there's a couple different reasons. I don't know if you remember years ago here, there was a talk called The Death and Life of the Great Lakes. I think it was Death and Life, yeah. A really good author from the Milwaukee Journal Sentinel. Do you remember his name? I was trying to think of it. What? Dan Egan. Yeah, very good book. And he goes into the history of why, for example, the algae have changed. And one reason is the lakes are warming, but the other is the zebra mussels actually prefer to eat certain types of algae, and they don't like the toxic kinds. He actually had a video of them spitting it out, you know, ingesting it and then disgorging it. So we're concentrating the toxic forms of algae in our Great Lakes now. And it's a kind of those dead carp that I remember from my youth didn't die just from encountering the algae. They die from too much vegetation in the lake, sinking, decomposing, using up the oxygen in the water, and then the fish suffocate. So that's usually how a fish kill happens as a result of too much growth of plants in the water. So for years, it's been known that there's these areas of concern around the Great Lakes where certain contaminants are coming in. And so you can see there's a lot in the western Lake Erie Basin. I'll go a little bit more into detail. I like this image for seeing where the algal blooms are because they're green. And this is a true color image from a satellite. And what's also interesting is that that's still snow cover up there in the north. So this happens very early in the season where we start to get sediment and then nutrients and algal blooms in these shallow waters. So you can, and of course Lake Erie is the shallowest. Lake St. Clair looks like it's problematic as well. So these are the focus areas. How can we improve these? We are the Corn Belt as well. So this land use that we're seeing out here, this is an image of where corn, every yellow dot is a corn acre. And you can see that from Minnesota across Iowa, Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, and then just parts of Michigan, because Michigan gets a little more rolling, harder to have a big cornfield. This is where corn is grown. There's another way of looking at this, which is just the fluorescence. But these conventional grow crops, which include corn and soy, can only be grown if the land is drained, if the roots aren't soggy. This is the fluorescence map that shows just the fertility of this region. So we do have some of the richest soils in the world. We have rich soils because this is glaciated land, and these soils are fairly young. They've developed in the last 12,000 years or so. And the soils are the richest where they have developed under a cover of either prairie grass or wetlands. And that's where you get all of this rich carbon in the upper part of the soil, and that was favored for agriculture when Europeans came to this region. So it's actually the reason for the wealth of this area too. You're only as rich as your natural resources, and the soils are the richest resource that we have here. I would say I shouldn't leave out commerce. I mean, the other reason that this region has wealth, has robust economies, is because of access to the lakes and the water as a transportation means. What is all this corn used for, by the way? Ethanol, animal feed. That's about it, really. Corn syrup, corn starch. Very little is directly eaten. So I think I'm thinking of the pie diagram that I should have put in, and the amount for direct consumption by humans is under 10%. And the rest of that is for ethanol and corn, or animal feed. So consumers can make choices to grow less corn on the landscape by just choosing not to buy corn-fed animals or corn-based fuels, biofuels. They're hard choices to make because those things are subsidized, and they're usually cheaper in the market because of our federal subsidies. Our money is subsidizing corn to look cheaper. But I try to encourage consumers to if you have the flexibility in your budgets to make those choices, to do grass-fed animals or no animals, but grass-fed is certainly preferred, or biofuels that aren't made from corn. That's hard. Right now, the Farm Bill incentivizes that and is also trying to put more into sustainable aviation fuel that might be corn-based. So these are things that water nonprofits like mine are trying to change, because we think that's just going to be worse for water quality. Getting off script a little here. The other thing that these regions share, the light green area is clayey. So the clayey parts of this landscape were either former lake plains. So what I like to think about when I'm going up all of these hills in Lakeside, every little bench is a former lake level. That's a wave-cut terrace until you get up to the campsite. So we had higher lake levels here, and much higher lake levels that covered much of the Maumee watershed. And if not directly covering the Maumee watershed, it was the glacier came out and spread that clay around in its glacial till. So these are flat-lying, very clayey landscapes. I fly into Detroit now when I come, and I'm just driving across that lake, that clay lake plain the whole time I'm on 2 or 280. So these watersheds are leading directly to the lakes that they used to be. They're clayey. Farmers love it because there's all this carbon in the soil, but they can't farm it under normal conditions, so they have to drain it. And they drain it by tiling it. Has anyone ever seen tile going in? Yeah, the big spools of kind of corrugated plastic that have slots in it about the size of a nickel. They used to be clay tile. They used to be just two little loosely kind of nested half cylinders of clay tile, but now they're plastic. And they go in by just like chainsawing into the ground, unspooling this thing, bury it about 4 feet down, and it never lets the water rise any higher than how deeply the tile is buried. But the darkest blue are the tiled landscapes, which is coincident with that Corn Belt landscape. My friend who works on this in Minnesota calls this the biggest infrastructure project since the interstate highway system that you will never see, because it's all underground, but it has completely replumbed this area. So here's what you might see. You might see an outlet that's not even like the original tile, that's a collector pipe, but you might see an outlet leading to a ditch. Ditching was the first thing we did when we came into the Black Swamp, just to kind of get some, lower water table close to the ditches. But that doesn't drain a spongy wetland very well, so you have to plant that perforated pipe just maybe 10 or 12 feet apart, 4 feet down, everywhere you farm. And then that water table will never rise above the pipe, lets the roots of the corn plant get long, and you can increase your productivity to pay for the tile, the effort of putting in the tile in just about 3 years or less, because of so much more corn that you can produce. But what that does is it leach nitrogen from that's been applied to the corn. Corn is a very nitrogen-hungry plant. It needs a lot of fertilizer. It only accepts that fertilizer when it's in the presence of the roots, but farmers will often put their manure or anhydrous ammonia or whatever nitrogen source they're using, urea, on the fields before the corn is grown, just for efficiency. They might do it in the fall, or they might do it in the spring as they're planting. They rarely will go in and side dress the corn once it's growing, which is the optimal way of doing it. So these a 40-acre field, when you have a rain event on it, you might have water reaching the edge of the field in 20 minutes now that had just fallen. So in 20 minutes, it's already moved to the tile and out the side and to your stream, carrying with it the nutrients that were in the soil profile above the tile. So we're not the only ones identifying these priority watersheds. The U.S. Geological Survey has identified them, the commission, the Joint Commission on the Great Lakes. Everyone is looking at these watersheds and wondering what to do. And there certainly are plenty of government programs available to farmers in these watersheds to apply different practices. You have H2 Ohio money that is being delivered to farmers in these watersheds. Michigan has a program that is working with farmers to try to get them to adopt conservation practices. And those might include planting some rye after you've harvested your corn that will then live through the winter and then be killed with Roundup in the spring. And hopefully that rye will have sucked up a little bit of the nutrient. The cover crops, that's what that is called, are the typical conservation practices that are being applied. They're not all that great. And there are so many rules that come with applying for these federal funds that, I don't know, it's just, the uptake is slow. We need about 30% of the landscape in some kind of conservation practice to make a dent in the problem. These are the priority watersheds. The darker the brown, the worse the watershed is at delivering the nutrients to the lake. So these are the watersheds. This is the kind of modeling we're supplying to the land trusts. The Black Swamp Conservancy is actually really sophisticated in their approach to using maps and prioritizing acquisitions. They already have a nice GIS, Geographic Information System, where this layer can just be added into the price per acre. And they can go and approach a farmer in the Toledo area or in these other watersheds that drain directly to the lake. The Maumee is the biggest, kind of muddiest inlet that is delivering this sediment. And you can kind of see that bright green spot there in the western Lake Erie Basin. And Bill just told me, and you can see on this map, that Catawba kind of saves Lakeside in many years. That's a lot of that nutrient pollution goes north of Catawba because of the geography of this region. It looks like in this satellite image, though, we're still on the, if you know where you are here, you should know Lakeside, right? Here's a quarry. So Lakeside's here. So we should be, some years, we're having a lot greener problem than we are this year. So the solution is to put perennial vegetation on these carefully selected lands. And that means that we need a partnership with a private landowner because these lands, the ones that are in public holding have already been conserved, like the national parks, Black Swamp Conservancy, or what is it called? Where do you see the warblers? What are those two parks called? McGee Marsh, yeah, there's two adjacent ones. So, those lands are already protected. We'd like to see more that look like that. So we need to talk to these private landowners, and that's what the land trusts are best at doing. They've already developed relationships with people in these watersheds, and then they will partner with the landowners to help them make impact. What we're trying to do is find these cheaper parcels along the edges of streams and lakes and not pay full price. I mean, I had $7,500 per acre. It's more like $10,000 an acre for farmland across the region. That might be an average. So if you just think about buying that outright, it's just way too expensive. There's no way to make a dent in the landscape. But if the land trust can go in and negotiate some kind of a partnership with the landowner, like a tax donation, a partial payment, an easement, restoring it in the way they want to see it, and they'll accept less, then we're more likely to have some area to deal with. But even a farmer might decide that they're tired of turning around at the end of their field and dealing with that little edge at the river mouth. And so they might just, or they have a parcel that might flood out all the time. So they might be willing to allow a purchase of an edge along their fields. And that's probably going to be the biggest bang for our buck. But we see this as being not just a well-placed acquisition, but a permanent acquisition. A lot of the federal programs are only for 10 years. And then that land goes back into production, and you've lost all that gain, in carbon especially. So this will be perpetual, well-placed, and in perennial vegetation. So we're thinking that, ideally you would just have habitat. There could be access. The Saginaw Bay Land Trust would like to have people have access to their lands through trails. We are not opposed to this being working land, so agroforestry or agroforestry with solar panels. Those things will also protect water quality, and actually solar panels produce more BTUs per acre than corn does. So if you see a solar field out there on the landscape, we're not losing BTUs by replacing corn. So we want this approach to appeal directly to consumers, either through the brand partnership, a brand that they trust, or directly to personal donors. And that required some background work on our part. We hired an ad agency to just test some of our pilot messages for relevance, people's awareness of the problem in general, and different ways to message. We had a mix of demographics. We went all the way to New York and Pennsylvania, even though we're only working in we're not working in Michigan or New York and Pennsylvania right now, just Minnesota, Ohio, and Wisconsin. We looked at a range of demographics and screened, that's what ad agencies do. And what we learned is that people didn't really have a good awareness of the problem. They might if they lived real close to the lakes, but the awareness was low. But that said, they all registered strong interest in supporting the protection once they learned what the problem was. So we realized that a little education had to go with this. They were willing to pay more for a product if it supported this cause. And we realized that we needed both emotional and rational messaging for the people that might buy into this brand. People recognize, here's some direct quotes. Look at a map of the US, it's the first thing you see. There's nothing else like them. Our family takes a Great Lakes trip once a year. My mission to make sure my kids experience them like I did. I'm grateful to see this. They always talk about the ocean, turtles, whales, but nobody ever talks about the Great Lakes. People overlook it. So our next phase that we're entering in now is to make sure we have a presence. We have a website. I'll show you that in a minute. But we want to make sure that a corporation who values these goals will help us support it. So we approached a few brands in our initial concept phase, and we were looking for brands that had their headquarters or primary market areas in the Great Lakes, and that had maybe a water or outdoor focus, like bass fishermen, companies who might leverage the Great Lakes for commerce, and had environmental sustainability goals that were consistent with the Great Lakes. For example, Coca-Cola does try to have no net use of water in their water bottling watersheds. So they're trying to at least conserve consumption of water. They haven't thought about what their corn sugar does and other things, but so we're looking for a brand that might help us share this. We have a database of 30 companies. We've had 7 meetings with some big names. A lot of these are because they're Minnesota companies and we had relationships with them, but like Oatly, the oat milk people, and that's actually spelled wrong. It doesn't have an E. They're a Michigan company. Talking to them, I would really love to talk to Carhartt. They're hard to talk to. And then we've thought about different categories. We've talked to the Shed Aquarium, which is on the shores of Lake Michigan in Chicago. We have an aquarium in Duluth as well. Other museums or science centers, tourism or events. The Maumee the Black Swamp Conservancy actually does a lot of music festivals. They're present at music festivals around the region, partly because Rob Crane, who's their executive director, is a musician. So maybe we hit the events around the Great Lakes, shipping. There's a Midwest row crop collaborative that has a whole bunch of big companies within it. These are our next hurdles to tackle. Or then you might move down to local or regional breweries, like, what is it, Tony Paco's in Toledo? You know, something like that. I don't know if Pickles would do it for us, but you know, something that's local and iconic. We have not yet contacted these companies. Penzies is a very, very liberal spice company out of Milwaukee. I don't know if you've heard of them. So these are who we hope to approach. But again, I'm a geologist, and we're a water nonprofit, and we don't know how to do this really. So we're hiring a new brand partnership manager to help us figure out how to get our foot in the door. Yeah? Basco. Masco. Okay. Okay. I'm taking suggestions. And if you work for any of these, or but we did get some good feedback from our conversations with these companies. It's increasingly, companies have ESG goals, environmental sustainability goals. They might not be applying them in the Great Lakes, but they have them. Like Coca-Cola, that watershed initiative is mostly for dry places like California. They're not thinking about what to do in the Midwest. National brands also get inundated with these kind of pitches. So it's hard for us to kind of differentiate ourselves and our brand, especially before we had the website completely done. They didn't know what we were talking about. We didn't have enough sizzle in our approach to them. Some already have specific initiatives that they support, like the Pink for breast cancer. They might be doing that. World Wildlife Fund has a program where a lot of them kind of latch on. And then they're less interested in these early phase opportunities. They want something that is going to scale quickly. So what we also learned is each one of these markets is different. You know, the Toledo to Cleveland or Detroit to Cleveland area is different than Saginaw, the 15% of Michigan that the Saginaw watershed covers, which is very different than Duluth Superior. So we have to probably have different brand partners in each of these areas to reach the consumers. Few brands even define themselves as kind of Great Lakes or Midwest. And each lake varies a little bit in what we're doing about water quality and what needs to happen on the land. I think we might actually have some really good potential with these outdoor-oriented brands like Carhartt. I just feel like the hunters and fishers, the people that are outdoors, and even the farmers that are wearing Carhartts are kind of an under-recruited market for environmental conservation. You know, we're not looking for the people that are raising monarchs in their kitchen. We're looking for somebody who cares about their duck hunting habitat and might contribute to preserve that. What I've found in my job as a research and policy director in Minnesota, it's really easy to talk about water quality across the political spectrum. Everyone cares about water and having high quality water in their areas that they recreate. So my dream would be to get Coca-Cola, the concessions at Cedar Point, to carry this brand so that when you're on that roller coaster in August, looking out at the lake, you see the problem and you are contributing to the solution by having that branded Coca-Cola product. If anybody can help me get into Cedar Point and talk to the right people, that would be my ideal, because I think that's the vantage that people need. That's the company. And it's recreation like this on the Great Lakes that's most impacted when water quality kind of takes the skids late in the summer. So the corporations would ideally help amplify the message. Consumers would favor that labeled product because it aligns with their values. Then we would manage the funds with our fiscal agent, distribute them to the land trusts, and farmers would sell their marginal land, or private land owners who aren't farmers, and water and habitat would be visibly improved. So that's the goal, and that should be my 5-minute elevator speech instead of a 30-minute talk, because I need to be able to make this pitch. so that there is a campaign out there that goes viral. We are also talking about, influencers on Instagram and TikTok, and we currently have, I don't know if anyone's seen them, we have digital billboards from here to Detroit. Has anybody seen the brand on these digital billboards? We're going to gather the metrics. Supposedly, these are geofenced so that when people go through, if their devices are on, they might be served ads for this later on in the day when they go onto Facebook. That happens. It's creepy, and we paid for it. And then we're going to have a buildingscape in downtown Toledo over Labor Day weekend. So that will be a big billboard. So we'll see how that marketing works. I just think this could be a tale of two lakes. Instead of having this, which was August one year, I think that was 2010, I was signed up to do the Kelly's Island swim, and it got canceled because the lake was too bad. But that was earlier this year in June. We can have the lake of our choice, and we can still support the pools. There's good reasons to use pools, but we don't want to turn our back on the lake. And this is just a little bit of my history of being in Lakeside. So I think I can take questions now while I'm navigating. I want to show you the website just so you can see what's out there. Are there any questions so far? Here we go. Let's see. So here's the website. If you go to the website, you'll see lots of places to learn more. Here's the map of where we're working, where our land trusts are. You could just click on a featured project. This one is in Saginaw Bay. See if it jumps there. Maybe I'll use the tabs instead. I was warned about this internet. So a little bit more about the About page. Here's the team. If you don't know Rob Crane, that's the director of Black Swamp Conservancy. We got these other, mostly guys. These are my modelers here. And what's at stake? We explain the problem since we learned from our market research that people don't understand. And then our work in action. This will be updated periodically because there's new projects that these land trusts are doing. So you'll be able to see the different kinds of things they do. Some of them really engage community in planting. This is the St. Louis Harbor cleanup in the Duluth area. Some of them are acquiring lands, pristine lands, like trout streams that lead to the Great Lakes just to keep them good. That's kind of what Landmark Conservancy does. So we're kind of happy to have this portfolio of different land trust partners. We're learning from them. They're learning from each other. That's what the funder sees as the most valuable thing is these land trusts are now in conversation with one another about approaches and strategies. And let's see, what else do I have up here? We could play Wordle. No, here we go. And then we don't yet have our online store. There's just ways to directly support or corporations to sign up, landowners to give us their contact information that we can pass on to the land trusts. And we will eventually have an online store. But for now, if you are interested in kind of helping promote the brand, I do have some cheap things for free. We're going to have hats and T-shirts and things on the website. And one more tab I had up here. I was just going to show you that there's a project in Minnesota where they're actually looking at tile outlet. This is a map of southeast Minnesota, and there's a monitoring station and a tile outlet. And currently, the nitrate concentration is 12.9. Does anybody know what the drinking water standard for nitrogen is? 10. So you shouldn't drink anything over 10. It's potentially carcinogenic, but it also makes oxygen less available to your body to use, especially infants. Can actually suffocate from drinking high nitrogen water. I just want to show you how that sensor has been running for July. It's been 2.5 times the drinking water standard for the first couple days of July, and it's only recently dropped down to 15, and it's still above the drinking water standard. And this is nitrogen. This is a financial loss to that farmer because they are hoping the corn is using that nitrogen. It's a financial burden to us because it's in the groundwater, it's in the stream, it goes into the lakes, and we have to treat the water before we can use it. or we fertilize the lakes. So this is happening all across. We just happen to have a live monitoring station here. So this is what we're trying to prevent, is that type of inadvertent loss. So I don't know how to, let me just go back to the slideshow. Any questions? John, oh yeah, back here.
Carrie, I'm sure you have some sort of budget in terms of how many acres you're trying to acquire over some period of time, or dollars, or can you talk about that idea?
Yeah, I mean, I said to make a difference in the Maumee watershed, we would like to restore 30% of the acres. That's a high threshold. That's hard to achieve. Any little bit will improve habitat, and any little bit will start to sequester carbon. You won't see the impact of phosphorus reduction until you get more significant loads reduced. And phosphorus also cycles internally in the lake, so it takes a while for that to kind of be sequestered in the lake floor. So we want to focus on the incremental gains at this point. And we're working in partnership with these federal programs that are taking another approach. We just feel like appealing directly to consumers is an untapped market, and it will actually, it'll make a difference. So I'm not going to put numbers on it. When I had to do that in the proposal for the Great Lakes Protection Fund, we were very conservative, and they funded us because of the novelty of this partnership and the potential for this to, at the end of the 5 years of funding, for it to be its own thing that then lives on beyond the project, beyond my retirement. In fact, I thought I might do it in retirement. It's just continue to manage this. Any other? I'm sorry you came for a gardening talk.
I wrote on my evaluation for John, connect with, you remember Loretta, don't you? Who did the gardening.
Oh.
And then she and John had somebody from Cedar Point last year who was in charge of the gardening.
Oh.
And so then if you connect with her, then they, I'm sure, have a contact that's in contact with Coca-Cola.
Excellent. Yeah, that would be wonderful. And if you have any other ideas for potential partners, I think we could do a roundup at the register for like Kroger's or, the grocery stores in the area. Maybe, what's the one in Port Clinton that I go to every day? The Bassett's, yeah.
Have you thought through the criteria for how you would rank properties to be included in this?
Yeah, that's based on the watershed modeling. So we're looking at the phosphorus and nitrogen reduction potential of these parcels based on Sparrow models, which are kind of a small watershed model. The USGS uses these models as well. But price comes into it because we don't want to pay full dollar for these lands. So we don't want to buy the most expensive land out there.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm thinking there are some parcels that have huge phosphorus amounts.
Yeah.
And some that have modest amounts.
And that's what shows up in the modeling. So that's how we're working with those land trusts, is to show them that there are better parcels for this approach. I'm going to go back to that brown map.
And then you're growing something on the land.
Yeah.
And if you leave it on the land so it decays, it returns the phosphorus to a form that can be put back in the water. Would there be an annual harvest of something just to get it off the land?
That is something that some watersheds might consider, but we see the perennial vegetation, grazing, animal agriculture with perennial vegetation is the best thing to do for soil and potentially nutrient loss. But I was talking to somebody who works around the Great Lakes about aquatic grasses that grow near shore and harvesting those to kind of get those out, like reed canary or something, The management strategies, this is all part of our conversation with the land trusts and the modelers. So we will continue for 3 years to school them and ourselves on what the best approach is. So I can't answer that because we haven't made those decisions. Yeah. Yeah.
We know what the problem is, it's phosphorus.
Yeah, it's phosphorus and nitrogen, but yeah. And phosphorus was taken because of the Clean Water Act, it was taken out of your soaps and your lawn fertilizers. It still exists in dishwasher detergent because that wasn't a thing at the Clean Water Act signing. Dishwashers is way down, but you can still look for dishwashing detergent that doesn't have phosphorus in it. There's no reason, you don't need it, yeah. 7th generation has a kind that doesn't have it in it. So most of the phosphorus is mined from places like Florida and then applied to fields here.
Thank you very much, Gary.
Yeah, you're welcome. And please come up and take some of the free things. If you want to hang a cling, so far the only one hanging is a 442 Laurel in my parents' place. But there's koozies, stickers, my card if you'd like to stay in touch. And then if you have a boat, I missed the wooden boat show, but floating key ring. Thank you.